Welcome, dear listener, to a quiet journey through time, to a world of stone castles, cloistered monasteries, and silent vows. Tonight, we will explore the story of the Knights Templar, not as a tale of battles and intrigue, but as a slow unfolding of lives lived in faith, duty, and quiet courage. Together, we will wander softly through their daily rhythms, their moments of prayer, of travel, and of brotherhood. We will uncover little-known stories and listen to the echoes of a medieval order that shaped history in gentle, enduring ways. So settle in, breathe slowly, and allow the calm past to envelop you. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. In the soft light of the early 12th century, a time when Europe was slowly waking from the shadowed days of the early medieval era, a new order began to take form. This was not born of grand declarations or thunderous battle cries, but from a quiet and deliberate desire to protect those who journeyed to the Holy Land and to live a life devoted to faith and brotherhood. The world then was a patchwork of kingdoms and realms, where travel was often slow, uncertain, and dangerous. For Christian pilgrims making their way to Jerusalem, the journey could be long and fraught with peril. Robbers, harsh deserts, and foreign lands lay between them and their sacred goal. It was in this fragile context that a small group of knights, inspired by a call to serve, came together in the city of Jerusalem around the year 1119. Their leader was a French knight named Hugh de Payens, a man of quiet resolve and humble strength. With just 7 companions by his side, he took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, committing themselves not only to fight, but to live under a strict rule of discipline and prayer. At first, their mission was simple: to guard the pilgrims on their journey, to offer shelter and safety in a land still recovering from war and turmoil. They took their name from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the ancient site where the great Temple of Solomon once stood. Hence the name Knights of the Temple, or simply, the Knights Templar. Their beginnings were modest. A small group of men gathered within a ruined building, with few resources but a strong and steady faith. Their white mantles, marked with a simple red cross, became a symbol of their presence and their purpose, a quiet beacon of hope in uncertain times. Slowly, word of their dedication spread. Pilgrims who found refuge with the knights spoke of their kindness, their courage, and the discipline with which they lived. The Templars were not just warriors. They were monks living in community, dedicated to prayer as much as to protection. Each day was marked by quiet rituals: morning prayers at dawn, meals taken in silence, and moments of meditation beneath the open sky. This gentle rhythm of life was as much a part of their strength as their armor and weapons. Their order received recognition and support from the church, not through loud proclamations, but through slow, thoughtful endorsement. In 1129, at the Council of Troyes, the church formally approved their rule, written largely by the famed Bernard of Clairvaux, a man whose calm, persuasive voice shaped their spiritual path. The rule was strict yet simple, a call to humility, discipline, and brotherhood, binding the knights in a shared commitment beyond battle. From these quiet, humble origins, the Knights Templar began their long journey, a journey that would quietly weave itself through the history of the medieval world. And it was in their silence and steady resolve, their balance of devotion and duty, that their true legacy took root. As the early years passed, the Knights Templar grew carefully and thoughtfully. Their presence in Jerusalem became a quiet but steady reassurance for pilgrims arriving from distant lands. Imagine the dusty roads winding toward the city, where weary travelers, sometimes trembling from fatigue or fear, found refuge in the Templars' simple stone hostel. There, the knights offered food, rest, and protection, not through boastful display, but through steady, watchful care. Their day began before the sun rose. In the dim pre-dawn light, the knights gathered in the small chapel, voices soft and unhurried as they recited prayers. These were moments of profound stillness, where the weight of the world seemed to pause. The red crosses on their white cloaks appeared almost luminous in the candlelight, symbols not of war, but of a quiet vow to live with purpose and humility. After prayers, they took up their daily duties. Some tended to the wounded, their hands gentle despite the callousness of battle outside the city walls. Others repaired the broken city gates, or prepared arms with meticulous care, not for show, but to be ready if the need arose. Theirs was a life balanced between contemplation and action, between moments of inner calm and readiness to face external dangers. Though few in number, the knights earned respect not just for their bravery, but for their restraint. They were not reckless warriors thirsting for glory, but disciplined men mindful of their mission. Their simple meals were shared quietly in communal halls, laughter rare, but genuine when it came. Bonds of brotherhood grew, woven through shared hardship and shared faith. Slowly, the order's reputation spread beyond Jerusalem. Letters traveled by camel and horseback to Europe, telling of the knight's steadfastness and the dangers pilgrims faced. Lords and kings began to offer support, not just with words, but with land, money, and recruits. Yet, the Templars remained cautious. They accepted gifts but held fast to their vows of poverty, ensuring no knight grew wealthy at the expense of the order's mission. This tension between worldly support and spiritual humility shaped much of their early character. They were soldiers, yes, but first and always monks. Their strength came not just from their swords, but from the prayers they whispered in solitude and the quiet discipline of their days. Over the next decade, the Templars began to build more than a protective presence. They constructed their first fortress on the Temple Mount itself, a humble yet sturdy stone building that became both a home and a symbol. Here, the order's monks warriors gathered, prayed, and prepared, their quiet footsteps echoing through vaulted halls and cloisters. Despite their growing influence, the knights never sought power for its own sake. Instead, they held tightly to the ideal of service, to God, to pilgrims, and to the fragile peace of the Holy Land. Their story is not one of sudden triumph, but of slow, steady perseverance. Like the rivers that carved the land around them, their influence grew over time, quietly shaping the course of history through faith and resolve. As the Knights Templar settled into their new role, their world was one of contrasts. The Holy Land was a place of deep spirituality, where ancient stones held the memories of millennia. Yet, it was also a place of uncertainty and tension. Around the Templars, shifting alliances and distant wars created a backdrop of quiet unease. The knights themselves lived a life of careful balance. Their days were punctuated by prayer, study, and work. Early mornings brought the sound of chanting in the chapel, voices rising softly to the vaulted ceilings. The red crosses on their white mantles stood out in the gentle light, symbols of sacrifice and service. But beyond the chapel, practical duties awaited. Some knights patrolled the city's walls, their footsteps steady and measured as they watched the horizon. Others maintained the horses and weapons, preparing for threats that, though unwelcome, were never far away. The clang of metal and the creak of leather harnesses were sounds woven into the daily rhythm. At times, the knights accompanied pilgrims along the winding roads leading into Jerusalem. These journeys were slow and cautious, the knights' presence a quiet comfort against bandits and wild animals. Walking beside weary travelers, the knights shared not only protection but also moments of quiet companionship. Their conversations were soft, words chosen carefully, reflecting a shared hope and faith. The order's rule, crafted with care, shaped not only behavior but spirit. Written with the help of Bernard of Clairvaux, it called for humility, obedience, and a life devoted to God. Each knight embraced these principles with gentle seriousness, understanding that their strength came from unity and faith. Yet, life was not without its challenges. Resources were often scarce, and the harsh climate tested both body and spirit. Sandstorms swept across the plains, and the heat of the sun pressed down relentlessly. But the knights endured, their resolve tempered by the slow passage of seasons and the support of their brothers. As years passed, the order began to grow. New recruits arrived, men from across Europe, drawn by the call to serve. Each was carefully trained, not just in the art of war, but in the ways of prayer, discipline, and service. The training was slow and deliberate, emphasizing patience and respect over haste. The growing size of the order brought new responsibilities. The Templars began to manage properties and donations, carefully overseeing lands granted by grateful nobles. They developed systems to support their work, safe houses for pilgrims, storehouses of supplies, and later, even early forms of banking. Despite this expansion, the Knights never lost sight of their original mission. Protection of the vulnerable, devotion to prayer, and simple brotherhood remained at the heart of their existence. They were bound by a gentle rhythm of life that balanced action and contemplation, service and solitude. In this quiet way, the Knights Templar moved beyond their humble beginnings. Their story is not one of loud conquest, but of steadfast faith and steady purpose, a legacy built on soft footsteps across ancient stones, on whispered prayers beneath starlit skies, and on the enduring power of quiet resolve. In these early years, the Knights Templar were more than warriors. They were guardians of a fragile hope. Their presence was a quiet thread woven into the fabric of a land marked by ancient faith and recent conflict. They stood as living bridges, between past and present, between the spiritual and the earthly, between strangers and pilgrims seeking solace. Though their beginnings were small and their numbers few, the weight of their purpose lent a steady strength to their steps. Each knight wore his white mantle with humility, bearing not just a cross of red, but a cross of responsibility, an emblem of service and sacrifice. Their story reminds us that great things often begin softly, in whispered vows and steady hands, in the patient keeping of watch beneath silent stars. As dawn breaks gently over the hills surrounding Jerusalem, we can imagine the Knights Templar kneeling once more in prayer, ready to greet the day with calm courage and a quiet heart. And so, from these humble and gentle beginnings, the order that would become one of the most famous in history began its slow and steady journey. The life of a Knight Templar was guided by a quiet framework, an unspoken rhythm marked by devotion, discipline, and service. This framework was known as the rule of the order, a gentle but firm guide that shaped every moment of their days. Imagine waking before the sun rises, when the world is still draped in the soft veil of night. The air is cool and crisp, the earth still wrapped in shadows. This is the hour of the first prayer, a time when the knights gather quietly in their chapel, their white mantles rustling softly as they take their places. The prayers are spoken in hushed tones, each word measured and deliberate. These moments are filled with reflection, a calm connection to their faith and to one another. After prayers, the knights proceed with their morning duties. Some tend to the horses, their hands steady and practiced as they groom and feed the animals who are both companions and tools of their mission. Others carefully prepare their armor and weapons, checking each piece with patience and care. Their movements are slow and methodical, a testament to discipline more than haste. Meals are taken in silence, eaten slowly and with gratitude. The food is simple, bread baked over open flames, stews of lentils and vegetables, and occasionally fresh fruit when it is in season. This simplicity is a conscious choice, a reflection of their vows of poverty and humility. Throughout the day, the knights balance moments of work and prayer. They maintain the grounds and buildings of their commanderies, care for the sick and wounded, and study the scriptures and the rule that guide their lives. This steady rhythm, a weaving of action and contemplation, creates a space where spirit and body are both nurtured. The rule itself was crafted with care, largely influenced by Bernard of Clairvaux, whose gentle voice and deep faith helped shape the order's character. It called for obedience to superiors, celibacy, poverty, and a life devoted to prayer and service. These were not burdens, but chosen disciplines, embraced with a quiet resolve. One of the most striking aspects of the rule was its emphasis on brotherhood. The knights were not simply soldiers, they were a community, bound by shared faith and shared vows. They ate together, prayed together, and supported one another. through challenges both physical and spiritual. Even in times of rest, the life of a Templar was marked by calm purpose. Their evenings often ended as they had begun, with prayers offered in the chapel's soft light. The silence was profound, broken only by whispered chants and the gentle flicker of candle flames. It is easy to imagine the peace that settled over the stone walls, the gentle rhythm of breathing and prayer carrying through the night. Each day in the life of a Templar followed a structure not unlike the gentle passage of hours on a sundial. Unhurried, constant, and shaped by light and shadow. The order's rule prescribed 8 divine offices 8 times a day to pause, reflect, and pray. From matins in the deep quiet of early morning to compline in the stillness before sleep. These sacred intervals marked a life lived in rhythm with the sacred. The chapel became not just a building of stone, but a vessel of stillness, where voices rose in humble chant and hearts turned inward. Between prayers, the knights lived by tasks divided and shared. Not all wore armor or rode into battle. Some tended to the stores, ensuring that grain, olive oil, and dried fruits were carefully preserved. Others repaired tools or maintained the order's modest accounts, recording donations and expenses with a reed quill dipped in ink. There were those too who served in the infirmary, gentle hands cleaning wounds, offering herbs and words of comfort to brothers who had fallen ill or returned from the road worn and bruised. Healing, like prayer, was seen as sacred. Above all, the rule reminded the brothers that no task was beneath them. Sweeping the floors, fetching water, or baking bread were not assigned based on status, but rotated, shared evenly among knights, sergeants, and servants. Such duties, when performed with humility, were a form of worship in themselves. Meals were taken in silence, accompanied only by the sound of a single monk reading aloud Scripture, the rule, or the lives of saints. These quiet stories, shared over bowls of lentil stew and rough brown bread, nourished not only the body but the soul. Even the sleeping quarters followed the rule's guidance. There were no grand chambers or feather beds. Each knight slept in a simple wooden cot, wearing the same clothing they had worn during the day. Always ready, always modest. Their swords rested nearby, not out of fear, but as a reminder of their vow to protect the vulnerable. While the rule was firm, it was not cruel. It allowed for compassion. A knight who was too weak to fast would be given food. One who was ill could be exempt from manual labor. The rule emphasized obedience, yes, but always balanced it with mercy and care for one's brother. Punishment within the order was not swift or harsh. If a knight broke his vow or failed in duty, his correction was private and prayerful. He might be asked to eat alone, to reflect in solitude, or to kneel in chapel before the altar. The goal was not shame, but return. Return to humility, to the fold, to peace. As days flowed into weeks and weeks into years, the rule gave shape to a life of service and serenity. It held the Templars together not just in battle, but in the long spaces between, in the corridors of their stone commanderies, in the hush of twilight prayers, and in the silent strength of brotherhood. To the outside world, the Knights Templar were often seen as fierce and mysterious, but within the quiet walls of their homes, they were men of discipline and devotion, not seeking wealth or power, but striving for something quieter, deeper, a life of meaning, in service of others and in stillness before God. Over time, the rule of the order became more than a list of instructions. It became a way of being, a structure that held each man steady through times of doubt, and a soft light that guided them in the darkest hours. Even in distant lands, where the Templars built commanderies across Europe and the Holy Land, the rule remained the thread that tied them together. Whether stationed in the lush vineyards of France or the arid plains of Syria, a Templar knight could find comfort in the sameness of his days. The prayers were said at the same hours. The meals followed the same quiet rhythm. The vows remained unchanged. In a world so often marked by turmoil and shifting powers, this constancy was an anchor. The rule also extended to the way the Templars interacted with the world beyond their walls. Guests were to be received with humility and kindness. Travelers, especially the poor or those on pilgrimage, were to be fed, sheltered, and protected, regardless of their wealth or station. If a guest knocked at the door, he was not questioned but welcomed, his feet washed, his thirst quenched. Such hospitality was not just custom. It was sacred duty. Even enemies, if wounded or captured, were not to be mocked or abused. They were to be treated with dignity, for the rule taught that all life was sacred, and that mercy was the highest of virtues. When knights were sent out, whether to escort pilgrims, to deliver messages, or to engage in the defense of a holy site, they did so with solemnity, never for glory or riches, but with the understanding that their lives were not their own, but given in service. And when a Templar died, whether on the road, in battle, or quietly in the infirmary, his passing was marked with simplicity. There were no grand tombs or elaborate rites, just prayers whispered in candlelight, brothers gathered in silence, and a simple burial under the open sky. The rule ensured that even death was faced with peace, not as an end, but as a quiet return to God. So what was the rule of the Templars? It was not merely a code. It was a song, sung softly over centuries, a way of moving through the world with discipline, humility, and purpose. It held the order together in times of joy and sorrow, in the hush of the chapel, and in the noise of battle. It gave each knight not only a path to walk, but the peace of knowing that every step had meaning. And in the end, that is perhaps the deepest truth of the Templar rule, that in a world so often uncertain and loud, they chose silence, structure, and stillness, a quiet life, a sacred vow, a legacy carved not in gold or marble, but in the quiet hours of each devoted day. Before a man could wear the white mantle of the Templar and bear the red cross upon his chest, he first had to learn not only how to fight, but how to wait, to listen, to serve. Templar training was not loud. It did not begin with battle cries or banners waving in the wind. Instead, it began in stillness, in stone courtyards and candlelit halls, where young men first learned what it meant to surrender not only their sword, but their will. Most who sought to join the order were already trained in the basics of warfare. They came from noble houses, sons of knights and lords, accustomed to horses, to armor, to the weight of a blade. But the Templars demanded more. A Templar did not fight for land, or glory, or the praise of kings. He fought for God. And so his training was not merely physical. It was spiritual, and it was slow. Each candidate, called a donut, began his path not on the battlefield, but in the chapel. There, he would sit quietly before the altar, sometimes for hours, watching the flicker of candlelight on stone, listening to the rustle of robes and the soft cadence of prayer. He was asked to watch, to reflect, to let go of the pride he had once carried. For the order was not a place for ambition, but for humility. When training began, it was simple. A return to the basics: how to care for one's horse, how to sharpen a blade not in haste, but with patience, how to rise at dawn, to kneel in prayer before the body was fed, and how to serve in silence. The instructors were seasoned knights, not given to shouting or displays of power. Their commands were quiet, their expectations clear. Discipline was not enforced with cruelty, but with example. To watch an elder knight move, precise, deliberate, respectful, was to see the rule embodied. Training unfolded not over days or weeks, but over months and sometimes years. There was no hurry. The Templars were not preparing men for a single campaign, but for a way of life, one that required endurance, restraint, and clarity of purpose. After morning prayers, the novices would gather in the practice yard. The sun, still low in the sky, cast long shadows across the packed earth. Their armor was heavy, the swords real, but this was not a place for theatrical combat. Each strike, each parry, each movement of the body was taught with calm repetition. They learned to ride not for show, but for control, to guide their war horses through narrow alleys and uneven terrain, to stay upright while swinging a sword with balance and grace. The horses themselves were revered, treated not as beasts of burden, but as partners in service. A knight who failed to care for his mount properly might be denied the right to ride until he had earned back the trust of the order. When not in physical training, the novices were given books, or clay tablets, or long passages of scripture and law to recite. They studied the rule of the order until it was committed not only to memory, but to heart. In the afternoons, they practiced silence, not just refraining from speech, but learning to be still within, to accept correction without pride, to witness the faults of others without judgment, to carry out their tasks, cleaning, cooking, sweeping the chapel, with equal attention, whether the work was seen or unseen. At night, before the lamps were extinguished, the brothers gathered again in prayer, kneeling side by side in rows, novices and knights alike. Their voices rose gently, a chant floating upward into the high, vaulted stone. No words of victory, no pleas for triumph, only prayers for peace, for strength, and for grace. What set Templar training apart was not its rigor, but its quiet purpose. Each day was like a stone laid carefully in place, building the foundation of a life set apart from the world. Novices were tested, yes, but not only in swordsmanship or endurance. They were tested in patience, in humility, in their ability to serve without reward, to follow without question, and to live without complaint. In the kitchen, a young donut might spend a full season making bread beside the lay brothers, his fingers covered not in steel gauntlets, but in flour, learning the value of nourishment, of routine, and of hands that quietly serve the needs of others. Others were sent to the infirmary, to clean linen stained with blood or sweat, to change bandages, to sit in silence beside a dying man, and pray. There was no graduation ceremony, no trumpet sounding when a novice was deemed ready, only a quiet ceremony held in the chapel. There, in the presence of his brothers, he would kneel and recite his vows: poverty, chastity, obedience. In the defense of the weak, a simple white mantle was placed over his shoulders, a red cross stitched by hand, placed over his heart. No applause followed, no feast, just the return to prayer, to duty, to the rhythm of life now shared with the order. This was the quiet making of a Templar knight, and yet, from such calm training came remarkable strength, a steadiness in battle, a clarity in hardship, and a loyalty that endured through famine, siege, and sorrow, because a Templar's training was not about what he could do, but about who he had become. With his training complete, a Templar knight stepped into a life shaped not by force, but by form, not by conquest, but by quiet constancy. He was expected to serve wherever he was needed. He might be stationed at a lonely outpost along a windswept road, tasked with watching the horizon for travelers in need of aid. He might be called to ride escort beside pilgrims, his presence a comfort more than a threat. Or he might spend years within a commandery, tending books, herds, or vineyards, his sword gathering dust as his hands turned the soil. And yet, the training never truly ended. For each day, he rose again before the dawn, knelt again in prayer, and recommitted himself to the life he had chosen. The discipline became second nature, the silence a friend, the rule a quiet voice always near. Even as the order grew in power and wealth, as castles rose from rocky hillsides, and distant kings sought their counsel, the soul of a Templar knight remained rooted in those early days of slow learning and sacred stillness. Their strength, then, was not in their armor. It was in their restraint, in their ability to endure without bitterness, to fight without cruelty, and to live without pride through the long years. As the world changed around them, this training endured, passed from elder to novice, from one quiet generation to the next, and long after the order had vanished into legend. Those early lessons still echo softly, reminding us that true discipline is not loud, but gentle. That real strength is not sudden, but shaped slowly, patiently, like stone worn smooth by water, her hands folded in prayer. To wear the armor of a Templar knight was not merely to prepare for battle. It was to carry the weight of devotion, to don layers of discipline, and to wrap oneself in a quiet promise. Templar armor was not ornate, not made for parades or courtly displays. It was made for endurance, for long journeys on horseback, for cold dawns in stone fortresses, for the slow wear of time and toil. Each piece was designed with care, crafted by the hands of smiths who understood that protection must be practical. Iron and steel, leather and wool. These were the materials drawn from earth and animal, and transformed with fire, hammer, and patience. The Templar knight's armor began with the simplest layer, a linen shirt, soft and plain, followed by a padded garment called a gambeson. Quilted and thick, it cushioned the body, absorbing the weight of steel and the shock of impact. This was the layer closest to the skin, and in many ways, closest to the knight's soul. It held warmth during cold nights, and soaked the sweat of long days under the sun. Above this, the knight wore a hauberk of chainmail, thousands of interlocking iron rings, each one forged and linked by hand. The sound it made, a soft, metallic whisper with each step, became part of a knight's rhythm. It did not shine brightly. The mail was often darkened by oil and use, its sheen muted by travel and time. Some wore a coif, a mail hood that protected the neck and head beneath the helmet, while others added reinforced plates at the knees and elbows, armor that was slowly evolving with the age. Above all this came the surcoat, a loose, flowing garment in pure white, marked with a single red cross over the heart. This was the only color allowed, a simple symbol of purity, of sacrifice, of the blood that might be shed, but only in service. The red cross was not chosen for glory. It was not meant to strike fear into enemies, but to remind the knight himself of the vow he had taken. It was stitched by hand, often by fellow brothers or women in supporting religious houses. Its threads no brighter than dried blood, its form plain and steady. When a knight looked down and saw it, he was not to be filled with pride, but with humility. The helmet, heavy and plain, was known as a great helm, forged from iron. It had no plume, no jewels, just narrow slits for the eyes and a row of holes for breath. It encased the head like a quiet chamber, muffling sound, narrowing vision. It was said that to wear it in battle was to be both present and apart, as though fighting from within a deep, echoing silence. Each knight cared for his armor himself. There were no servants polishing his mail. After training or travel, he would sit in the armory, cloth and oil in hand, wiping dust from rings, checking straps and rivets, ensuring every buckle was firm, every link unbroken. This was a ritual, almost like prayer. It was said that a Templar's armor should be functional, unadorned, and ready, a reflection of the knight himself. No gold, no ornament, only that which protected, and that which served. Even the shield was modest. It bore the red cross, yes, but was otherwise plain. A surface often marked with wear, scratches from the road, the dull scuffs of travel, when not in use. Armor and weapons were stored carefully, often hung in a communal armory where silence was observed. To walk through that chamber was to hear the quiet hush of leather straps, the faint scent of oil and iron, and the ever-present echo of responsibility. And then there were the weapons, not for show, not for vengeance, but for defense, for discipline, for the preservation of peace. The primary weapon of a Templar knight was the sword, straight-bladed, double-edged, and plain, about 3 feet in length, with a cross-shaped hilt that reminded the knight, with every grip, of the burden he carried and the faith he served. It was not a weapon to be drawn lightly. It was blessed, often upon initiation, and kept clean not only in metal but in meaning. The sword was to defend the innocent, to guard the road, to protect the weak, never to be raised in pride or in anger. The Templar sword was carefully balanced, not too heavy, so that it could be wielded with precision, not force. The knights trained with it daily, not in reckless sparring, but in measured forms, repetition, control, breath. Beside the sword was the lance, a long wooden shaft tipped with steel, carried into battle by knights on horseback. It was the weapon of the charge, of the advance. But even this was handled with ceremony. Each knight also bore a dagger, a smaller blade worn at the waist, rarely used, but always kept sharp, and some were trained in the mace, a blunt weapon for crushing armor. Its use reserved for the closest of conflicts. But of all these tools, none was more carefully tended than the sword. It was often given a name, not loudly declared, but quietly remembered, a name whispered in prayer, or engraved on the underside of the hilt, a name only the knight and God might know. Weapons, like armor, were treated with reverence, cleaned after every use, stored in orderly rows, not left lying about, but returned to their place, as one would return a book to a shelf, or a candle to the altar. To the Templars, their weapons and armor were not simply tools of war. They were expressions of faith, symbols of a duty that went far beyond the battlefield. Each piece they wore, each weapon they held, was shaped with care, maintained with devotion, and used with intention. There were no displays of triumph, no ceremonial parades of gleaming steel. Instead, there was a quiet readiness, the calm of knowing that everything was in its place, and that every part of the knight, from his blade to his breath, was prepared. And yet, even in moments of stillness, these items held weight. The chainmail never ceased to whisper with movement. The sword, even sheathed, reminded the knight of the lines he had sworn not to cross. The cross on the surcoat was not a decoration, but a calling. Templar knights were expected to live in harmony with these objects, to wear them without vanity, to use them only when necessary, and to lay them aside without attachment. In times of peace, the armor would hang on wooden racks, quietly gathering the scent of oil and wood smoke. The swords would remain sheathed, still and undemanding. The shields would lean against walls, edges worn, but ready. And in these moments, when the tools of war were at rest, the Templars, too, found rest. Not the rest of idleness, but the deep, quiet breath of knowing their duty was fulfilled, that their tools were cared for, that they had acted with restraint, and that they had kept their vows. For in the world of the Templars, it was not might that defined the warrior, but reverence. Not how brightly his armor shone, but how patiently he bore its weight. And so, day after day, they trained, they prepared, they polished and prayed. They stood watch, not because they longed for battle, but because they longed to protect. This was the true armor of the Templar. Not iron, but discipline. Not the edge of the blade, but the calm with which it was drawn. In the quiet corners of the medieval world, far from the bustling courts and crowded marketplaces, stood the castles and commanderies of the Knights Templar, places of refuge, service, and solemn routine. These were not grand palaces built for luxury, but sturdy homes carved from stone, built to endure both the passage of time and the uncertainties of a restless world. The Templar commanderies were centers of daily life. A commandery might be a cluster of buildings within a walled enclosure, including a chapel, dormitories, kitchens, stables, and storerooms. Each stone, carefully placed, held a silent promise of safety and shelter. The thick walls stood firm against the winds that swept across the plains, and the quiet was punctuated only by the soft steps of the brothers, the distant lowing of horses, and the gentle rustle of pages in the scriptorium. Inside, the light was muted. Windows were narrow slits, designed more for defense than for warmth or brightness. The air carried the scent of burning tallow, mixed with the earthy aroma of stone and wood. The knights lived simply. Their chambers were modest, bare stone floors, wooden furniture, a small bed covered with a rough woolen blanket. Each night's space was a quiet retreat, a place to rest body and mind between duties. The chapel was the heart of the commandery. Here, the brothers gathered for prayer and reflection. The walls were often adorned with simple frescoes, soft images of saints and angels, rendered in muted earth tones, their forms gentle and comforting. The altar was plain but revered, a place where light filtered softly through stained glass, casting muted colors across stone. Beyond the walls, the lands of a commandery stretched out, fields of grain, olive groves, vineyards, and pastures for sheep and cattle. These lands were carefully tended, worked by both knights and lay brothers, providing sustenance and stability. The commandery was a small world, a community bound by shared purpose and quiet routines. The rhythm of daily life unfolded here. Prayer, work, study, and rest, all woven together like the threads of a tapestry. Within these walls, the Templars found more than shelter. They found a place to live their vows, to practice their faith, and to prepare for the challenges beyond. Life within a Templar commandery was marked by routine and quiet diligence. The day began long before sunrise, when the first pale light brushed the horizon. The brothers rose from their simple beds and moved softly through the stone corridors. The chapel bell tolled gently, calling them to morning prayers, a serene chorus that filled the still air. After prayers, the knights gathered for a modest breakfast. Thin bread, watered wine, and perhaps a few olives or dried figs. The meal was eaten in silence, broken only by the soft reading of scripture or the rule by a designated brother. Following the meal, work began in earnest. Some knights tended the fields outside the walls, guiding oxen as they plowed the earth, or pruning grapevines carefully to encourage next season's harvest. Others maintained the buildings, repairing roofs, mending walls, or tending the wooden doors and shutters. The sounds of hammer and saw were steady, echoing softly across the quiet grounds. Inside, the scriptorium was a place of quiet focus. Here, a small group of brothers, often lay brothers skilled in writing and illumination, copied sacred texts, painstakingly tracing each letter with a fine quill. The pages were adorned with delicate illustrations, little bursts of color amidst the muted tones of parchment. The work was slow and deliberate, requiring patience and care. It was a sacred task, an act of devotion as much as scholarship. Throughout the day, the brothers paused at regular intervals to gather once more in the chapel. Prayer punctuated their labor, a steady rhythm of faith that anchored their lives. Evening brought a respite. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the courtyard. The brothers gathered for a simple meal, followed by time for study or quiet reflection. In these moments, the commandery became a haven, a place of peace amid a turbulent world. As night deepened, the chapel was lit by flickering candles, and the brothers knelt in prayer one last time before resting. The silence of the stone walls held them close, a quiet embrace that carried the promise of another day. Beyond the walls of the commandery, the world stretched wide and unpredictable. Travelers and pilgrims often arrived at the gates, weary from long journeys beneath the sun and stars. The Templars welcomed them without question, offering food, water, and shelter. Here, even strangers found a moment of peace, a place to rest before continuing their paths. The commandery was more than a fortress, it was a sanctuary. Its stone walls stood firm not only against armies, but against the weariness and uncertainty of the wider world. Within these walls, a sense of quiet order reigned. The gardens, too, held their own calm. Herbs for healing grew in neat beds, lavender, rosemary, and thyme releasing gentle scents into the air. A small orchard might offer figs or apples, their fruits ripening slowly beneath the sun. In some commanderies, a small chapel housed relics, objects sacred and worn with age, reminders of faith stretching back centuries. Pilgrims would kneel reverently, their fingers tracing the worn wood or polished stone. Though far from the grand cities and battlefields, these homes of stone and silence were vital to the order's mission. They were places where faith was nurtured, where the daily work of service was carried out, and where the quiet strength of the Templars was formed. Even the smallest commandery held within it a world of purpose, a sanctuary of prayer, a workshop of care, and a quiet fortress against the uncertainties beyond. And so, amid the steady beat of hammer on stone, the rustle of robes in the chapel, and the soft murmur of prayer, the Knights Templar lived their days, in discipline, devotion, and quiet hope. Their legacy carved not only in history, but in the still spaces between. The pilgrimage roads of medieval Europe and the Holy Land were more than just paths worn by countless footsteps. They were journeys of faith, fraught with both hope and danger. Along these quiet, dusty trails, the Knights Templar took on a solemn and vital duty: to protect the faithful as they traveled towards sacred sites. Imagine a slow procession of pilgrims, men and women wrapped in simple cloaks, their faces marked by sun and prayer. Some carried wooden staffs, others held small icons or rosaries, all moving forward with a quiet determination. The roads were long and often treacherous, winding through rugged hills, dense forests, and barren plains. Bandits and wild animals lurked in shadows, and illness was a constant companion. It was here that the Templars' role became clear, not just as warriors, but as guardians. Their white mantles and red crosses were beacons of safety, signaling refuge amid uncertainty. A small group of knights would ride alongside the pilgrims, their horses steady and calm beneath them. Their armor, though worn and practical, carried the solemn weight of their vows. Their eyes were watchful, not just for threats, but for those who faltered along the way. For the pilgrims, these escorts were a blessing, a sign that the journey, though long, could be made with less fear. And for the Templars, the task was an expression of their deepest purpose: service without expectation, protection without pride. The road itself became a place of quiet connection. Knights and pilgrims shared the same slow steps, the same early mornings when the sky was a pale wash of pink and gold. They shared simple meals by campfires, and stories told softly beneath the stars. The journey along these pilgrimage roads was not measured only in miles, but in moments, small pauses filled with quiet care. When a weary pilgrim stumbled, a knight would offer a steady hand. When thirst parched the traveler's throat, water was shared without hesitation. When illness threatened, the knights called upon their knowledge of herbs and healing, tending wounds as best they could beneath the open sky. The Templars understood that their strength lay not only in their swords, but in their compassion. Their role was to carry the burden of protection, so others might focus on the journey within, on prayer, on hope, and on the sacred destination ahead. At night, the campfires flickered softly, casting shadows on weathered faces. The knights kept watch, their eyes scanning the dark, while pilgrims rested, trusting in the silent vigilance of their guardians. Sometimes, the only sounds were the crackle of flames, the soft murmur of whispered prayers, and the gentle breathing of horses tethered nearby. The roads were lined with small shrines and crosses, markers placed by earlier travelers. Some were simple wooden posts, others stones carved with symbols of faith. These silent witnesses reminded all who passed that they were part of a larger story, a chain of countless souls seeking peace and grace. The Templars themselves often paused at these shrines, kneeling in quiet prayer, seeking strength for the miles yet to come. Their journey was both outward and inward, a path of service and spiritual growth. Though the roads were hard and the dangers many, the presence of the Templars brought calm. Their steady pace, their watchful eyes, offered reassurance to those who might otherwise have feared the night. The Templar knights traveling the pilgrimage roads were bound not only by their vows, but by a deep sense of responsibility that grew with each mile. They knew that beyond the dangers of bandits or wild beasts, there were more subtle trials. The weariness that settled into aching muscles, the quiet despair that could creep into a pilgrim's heart after days of dust and heat. In those moments, the knights became more than warriors. They were companions. They listened with patience to stories of loss and hope, to prayers whispered in the dark. They shared moments of silence, where words were unnecessary, and presence alone was enough. The roads themselves carried echoes of history out, paths worn by thousands before. The footsteps of kings and peasants alike, of monks, merchants, and humble pilgrims. Along the way, Templars sometimes came upon villages, small clusters of homes built from stone or wood, where local people lived quiet lives. The knights brought news of safety, offered aid where needed, and in turn, received shelter and rest. These brief stops were reminders that the pilgrimage was not just a physical journey, but a connection between many lives and many lands, a weaving together of faith, duty, and community. In the slow passing of days, the knights found rhythm in the journey, the dawn prayers, the steady walk or ride, the shared meals, the evening vigil, each day folded gently into the next. A quiet meditation on service and sacrifice. And when the pilgrims finally reached their destination, be it the holy city of Jerusalem or the shrine of a distant saint, the Templars' role was not yet done. They remained close, ensuring safe passage through crowded streets, protecting the sacred places where countless souls gathered to pray. In all these things, the pilgrimage roads were more than trails across the land. They were pathways of trust, of protection given without boast, and of faith carried forward, one slow, careful step at a time. As the pilgrims and their Templar escorts journeyed together, there was a quiet transformation, not only in the miles traveled, but in the spirit of those who walked. The Templars, clad in white and bearing the red cross, were more than protectors. They were living symbols of dedication and sacrifice. Their presence along the roads was a reminder that faith could be carried not just in words, but in actions steady, patient, and kind. For many pilgrims, the journey was long and filled with uncertainty, but the knowledge that the Templars rode beside them offered comfort like a soft cloak against the chill of doubt. In the slow passing of days, in the rhythm of footsteps and prayer, a deep sense of peace often settled over the weary travelers. And so, the pilgrimage roads, winding through valleys, climbing hills, stretching beneath endless skies, became sacred spaces of trust and quiet courage, paths where the faithful moved with hope, and where the Knights Templar kept watch, their vigilance gentle, their duty clear. In this way, the pilgrimage roads carried the whispers of faith, the echoes of countless prayers, and the steady footsteps of those who walked in service to a higher calling. Beyond the stone walls of castles and the dusty pilgrimage roads, the Knights Templar extended their watchful presence to the seas. Though often remembered as warriors on horseback, the Templars were also skilled sailors, masters of a fleet that sailed across the Mediterranean's calm and restless waters. Their ships were not grand galleons adorned with flags and banners, but sturdy vessels built for purpose and endurance. They carried knights, horses, and supplies, the lifelines between distant strongholds and holy ports. Imagine a quiet harbor at dawn, the sky a soft wash of pale blues and grays. Templar ships, their sails furled, rest gently against the wooden piers, the wood creaking softly with the gentle movement of the tide. On deck, sailors move with practiced ease, ropes coiling in their hands, hammers tapping on planks, the low murmur of prayers blending with the calls of seabirds. The sea was both a pathway and a protector. Its vastness offered a measure of safety from land-bound threats. Yet it also demanded respect. Storms could rise swiftly, and unseen dangers lurked beneath the waves. The Templars' mastery of the sea was a testament to their discipline. Each voyage was planned with care. Every knot of rope, every sail adjusted in quiet precision. Their sailors were trained not just in navigation, but in maintaining the fragile balance between man and nature. Traveling by sea allowed the Templars to connect their far-flung commanderies, to transport pilgrims and supplies, and to respond swiftly to calls for aid across the Mediterranean world. The Templar fleet was composed of various types of ships, each designed for a specific purpose. There were the sturdy cogs with broad hulls that could carry heavy loads, horses, weapons, and provisions. Slow-moving but reliable vessels that formed the backbone of their maritime operations. There were also the swift and nimble galleys, powered by both sails and oars, capable of maneuvering quickly through narrow straits or along hostile shores. These ships were crewed by skilled oarsmen, many of whom were brothers of the order, trained to work in harmony, their strokes synchronized like a quiet prayer. Life aboard a Templar ship was one of routine and vigilance. The salt air filled the lungs, and the creak of wood and the slap of waves became a constant rhythm. Knights and sailors alike took turns keeping watch, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of danger. A distant sail, a sudden change in weather, or the glint of enemy vessels. Meals were simple light: hardtack, salted meat, and small portions of dried fruit. Water was carefully rationed, and the men learned to cherish every drop. At night, the stars became guides, their soft light reflecting off the dark water, a silent compass for the journey ahead. Despite the hardships, the sea brought moments of unexpected beauty. Sunrises painted the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, while dolphins sometimes danced alongside the hull, breaking the surface in playful arcs. The quiet vastness of the ocean inspired reflection, a reminder of the world's immensity, and the small but vital role the Templars played within it. The fleet's importance went beyond transportation. It was a symbol of the Order's reach and resilience. A moving fortress on the water, connecting distant lands, supporting the flow of pilgrims, warriors, and goods. The ships themselves were more than vessels. They were carefully maintained instruments of purpose. The hulls, built from sturdy oak, were regularly inspected and repaired, their timbers soaked with tar to protect against the salt and sea. Each rope was tended meticulously out, frayed strands replaced, knots tied with precision. The sails, woven from heavy canvas, were patched and cleaned, ready to catch the gentlest breeze or endure the fiercest gale. On board, the knights maintained a quiet discipline. Amidst the sway of the waves, they practiced their prayers and reflections, finding moments of stillness even as the sea rocked them gently. Some commanderies boasted small shipyards, where brothers skilled in carpentry and sailmaking labored, crafting and repairing vessels with patience and care. The Templar fleet also played a crucial role in defense. Ships would patrol the waters near key ports, guarding against pirates and hostile forces. While their purpose was not conquest, the knights were ready to engage when necessary, protecting pilgrims and trade routes alike. The Mediterranean was a complex tapestry of cultures and powers. The Templars navigated these waters with care, balancing their mission of protection with diplomacy and restraint. In this way, the fleet was a living extension of the Order's values: strength tempered by responsibility, presence accompanied by humility. Each voyage was a quiet testament to the Templars' enduring commitment, a slow, steady journey across waters both calm and uncertain. As the sun dipped low over the horizon, casting a soft golden glow upon the rippling waves, the Templar ships would find safe harbor. The creak of timbers settling, the murmur of men tending sails, and the faint scent of salt and wood smoke marked the end of another day at sea. Within the quiet confines of the harbor, knights and sailors alike took moments to rest and reflect. Some knelt in prayer on deck, their faces lifted to the fading light, whispering thanks for safe passage and protection. The fleet's presence was more than military might. It was a beacon of hope, a thread connecting distant lands and peoples, a reminder that even across vast and unpredictable waters, faith and service could endure. The sea had its own rhythms, ebb and flow, wind and tide, and the Templars moved with these rhythms, their actions deliberate and measured, through calm waters and storms. In moments of solitude and camaraderie, the Knights Templar carried their mission across the waves, guardians not only of land and stone, but of the sea's silent passageways. And so, the legacy of the Templar fleet lives on, not in grand battles or tales of glory, but in the quiet strength of discipline, the steady hand on the tiller, and the enduring watch kept beneath an endless sky. The life of a Templar knight was defined less by moments of battle, and more by the gentle rhythm of daily routine. Each day unfolded with a quiet order, a steady cadence of prayer, work, study, and rest. Long before dawn, the knights would rise from their simple beds. The first light was often a pale wash of gray, soft and muted, barely touching the cold stone walls of their chambers. There was no rush, only the deliberate unfolding of a day shaped by discipline and devotion. The morning began with lauds, the first of the daily prayers. Within the small chapel or a quiet corner of the commandery, the brothers gathered in silence. Their voices rose softly in chant, words ancient and steady, folding into the stillness like a gentle breeze. This was a moment of reflection and grounding, a space where the mind and heart aligned before the day's tasks. Following prayers, the knights would move to the refectory for a simple meal. Thin bread, perhaps some cheese or dried fruit, and watered wine. Meals were taken in silence or accompanied by the reading of scripture, the rhythm unbroken by idle talk. After the morning meal, the knights dispersed to their daily duties. These tasks were varied but always purposeful, woven together by a thread of quiet dedication. Some knights tended to the commandery's grounds, tilling soil in vegetable gardens, pruning vines in the orchards, or caring for horses in the stables. The steady rhythm of manual labor offered a meditative space, where the sound of the plow turning earth, or the soft clatter of hooves on stone, became part of a gentle, grounding soundtrack. Others devoted their time to training and practice, not with the frenetic energy one might expect, but with slow, deliberate movements. Sword drills performed with patience, the careful adjustment of armor, the steady breath taken before a strike. This was not spectacle or pride, but discipline, a daily shaping of body and mind. In quieter moments, some knights turned to study. The Templar order placed great importance on learning, and many brothers could read and write, sometimes copying manuscripts or studying scripture. In the scriptorium, soft light filtered through narrow windows, illuminating pages in gentle hands, tracing letters with care. The rhythm of the day was punctuated by the canonical hours, regular times set aside for prayer, mid-morning, noon, mid-afternoon, and evening, each marked by a return to the chapel's calm space. These moments created a steady heartbeat to the day, reminding the knights of their spiritual purpose amid their earthly tasks. As the sun climbed higher, the pace of the day softened, and the knights moved between their duties with quiet purpose. Meals remained simple but nourishing. A midday meal often consisted of pottage, a warm, thick stew of grains and vegetables, sometimes enriched with small portions of meat or fish. Food was sustenance, never indulgence. After the midday repast, the knights might gather briefly for instruction or counsel. A senior brother would share guidance or news from distant commanderies, a moment to bind the community together, to remind each man of his place within the larger mission. In the afternoons, the work continued, repairing buildings, maintaining weapons, or preparing for travel. Each task carried its own quiet significance, an act of service that contributed to the whole. The quiet evenings were a time for reflection and rest. As shadows lengthened, the brothers returned once more to the chapel, gathering for vespers, a prayer of gratitude and peace. The soft flicker of candles illuminated worn stone walls, and the voices rose once again, a soothing murmur echoing through the cool air. Before nightfall, some knights would seek solitude in the cloisters, walking slowly beneath arched walkways, the sound of footsteps softened by moss and stone. These moments of stillness allowed thoughts to settle, a final preparation for the night's rest. Sleep was a quiet, necessary pause. Simple beds, thin blankets, and the comforting weight of silence. In this gentle cycle of prayer, work, and rest, the Knights Templar found their strength, not in grand deeds or loud triumphs, but in the steady, humble rhythm of daily life. When we think of the Knights Templar, it is often the armored knights who come to mind, mounted on horseback, bearing the red cross on white surcoat, silent and resolute. But behind this image lay a broader, quieter community, one made up of women and lay brothers, whose contributions were essential to the life and mission of the order. Women were not knights. Their role was different, but no less vital. Often, women served in the hospitals connected to the commanderies, caring for the sick and wounded with quiet compassion. They tended to the daily needs of the community, preparing food, sewing garments, and offering comfort where it was needed most. Some women came from noble families, others from humble origins, but all shared a common dedication to faith and service. These women were the unseen hands that kept the wheels turning, their work steady and unassuming, but deeply rooted in the rhythms of care. Lay brothers, on the other hand, were men who took vows, but did not bear arms or wear knightly armor. Their roles were diverse, from skilled craftsmen and laborers to cooks, farmers, and clerks. They formed the backbone of the order's daily operations. While knights trained and prayed, lay brothers worked tirelessly behind the scenes, repairing buildings, tending animals, managing supplies. Their hands shaped the very fabric of Templar life. The lay brothers, often called conversi, were devoted men who chose a path of service and humility. Though they did not bear the sword or ride into battle, their presence was indispensable. In the fields surrounding the commanderies, lay brothers worked the land from dawn until dusk, plowing, sowing, and harvesting crops that fed the entire community. Their skill extended beyond farming. Many were expert carpenters, blacksmiths, or masons, crafting and maintaining the buildings, tools, and weapons that knights relied upon. Their labor was quiet but unceasing, a steady undercurrent supporting the lofty ideals of the order. Women, too, contributed in ways that often escaped notice. In some larger commanderies and hospitals, they cared for pilgrims arriving with injuries or illness, administering herbs and remedies with a knowledge passed down through generations. Their touch was gentle, their voices calm and reassuring. Beyond practical care, women also provided spiritual support. Some lived in nearby convents or sister communities, praying daily for the safety and success of the knights. Their faith was a vital thread woven into the order's fabric. Though separated by roles, knights, lay brothers, and women were bound by a shared commitment, a devotion to service, faith, and the preservation of life. Each played a distinct but interconnected part in the quiet, disciplined life of the Templars. The relationship between knights and lay brothers was one of mutual respect and reliance. Though their duties differed, each recognized the importance of the other's role. Knights depended on the lay brothers' expertise to maintain their arms and armor, to ensure the commandery was well supplied, and that daily life proceeded smoothly. Lay brothers, in turn, found purpose in supporting the spiritual mission of the knights, knowing their labor enabled the order to fulfill its vows. Women, though often physically distant from the fortresses and battlefields, left an indelible mark on the order's spirit. Through their care in hospitals, they preserved life and comforted the suffering. Through their prayers, they wove a quiet strength that uplifted the brothers in times of trial. In some cases, noble women acted as patrons, providing funds, land, or resources that sustained the order's activities. These connections between the order and noble families helped weave the Templars into the broader fabric of medieval society. Together, these diverse members created a community that was both strong and compassionate, a delicate balance of strength and service, action and contemplation. It is a reminder that behind every knight's armor, behind every shield bearing the Red Cross, stood a network of quiet dedication, the unseen hands and hearts that made the order whole. The story of the Knights Templar does not end in triumph alone. It is also marked by a slow and quiet descent into shadows, a fading light veiled in mystery and silence. By the early 14th century, the order had grown powerful, its influence stretching across kingdoms and seas. But power, even when wrapped in solemn vows and sacred purpose, can draw attention, sometimes unwanted. sometimes dangerous. The fall of the Templars was neither swift nor sudden. It was a slow unraveling, woven through years of suspicion, accusation, and whispered secrets. Imagine the cold corridors of a grand palace, echoing with footsteps that carry the weight of decree. Knights once revered found themselves summoned, questioned, and confined. The charges were grave. Accusations of heresy, blasphemy, and secret rites. Yet, beneath the surface of these claims, there were deeper currents: political intrigue, envy, and the shifting tides of power. The silence that followed was profound. Libraries once filled with sacred texts were shuttered. Commanderies emptied, their halls left to the slow decay of time. The Order, once a beacon of faith and strength, became a whispered legend, a secret folded into the pages of history. The year was 1307, and across the lands ruled by King Philip IV of France, a dark cloud gathered over the Templars. In the quiet hours before dawn, knights were arrested in their sleep, their chains cold against skin still warm from rest. These arrests were not isolated events, but part of a calculated plan. A sudden and sweeping move to dismantle the Order. Templars faced trials shrouded in secrecy, confessions extracted under duress, and the heavy weight of accusations that many refused to answer. Behind the scenes, political forces were at play. King Philip, burdened by debts and eager to seize the vast wealth of the Templars, sought to erase their influence. The Church, torn between loyalty and pressure, moved cautiously, its voice muffled by fear and uncertainty. Many brothers maintained their innocence, holding to their vows in silence and prayer. But one by one, the great houses and commanderies fell silent. Once vibrant communities faded into shadows, their stories whispered only in secret gatherings. The legacy of the Order became a tapestry of mystery. Tales of lost treasures, secret knowledge, and hidden rites, fanning the flames of legend and myth. Yet, beneath these stories lies a quieter truth, a story of men bound by faith, caught in the tides of history's shifting sands. As the years passed, the Templar name faded from the public eye, but in the quiet corners of Europe, whispers persisted. Some brothers escaped the arrests, finding refuge in distant lands or blending into new orders. Others chose silence, carrying their secrets deep within. The dissolution of the Order was marked by slow decay rather than dramatic collapse. Commanderies were repurposed or abandoned, their stone walls slowly overtaken by ivy and moss. Manuscripts once copied with care were lost to time or hidden away, their pages yellowing in forgotten libraries. Yet, the spirit of the Templars endured in unexpected ways. Legends grew like gentle embers, sparking stories told beside hearth fires, or whispered in the shadows of monasteries. The fall of the Order was not just an end, but a transformation, a passage into secrecy and silence. It is a reminder that history is often layered with mystery, and that behind every grand tale, there are quieter stories waiting to be heard. In the centuries that followed, the memory of the Knights Templar became woven into legend. Their symbols, the red cross, the white mantle, echoed through stories, art, and myth. Some saw them as heroes, others as shadows lurking beneath the surface of history. But beyond the tales and theories lies the quieter truth. The Templars were men and women bound by faith, by vows of service and sacrifice. Their story is not one of grandiose triumph or dramatic downfall alone, but of the slow, steady passage of time, of secrets held in silence, of lives lived between the pages of history. As we close this chapter, we are invited to reflect on the fragile nature of legacy, how even the mightiest orders can fade, yet leave behind whispers that continue to inspire. And so, the story of the Knights Templar ends, not with a thunderous conclusion, but with a gentle fading into the quiet night. Though the Knights Templar as an order came to an end in the early 14th century, their influence gently rippled through the centuries that followed, like a quiet stream weaving through the landscape. Their legacy touched many aspects of European culture, architecture, and tradition. The stone castles and commanderies they built continued to stand, silent witnesses to a time when faith and discipline shaped every corner of daily life. Villagers and travelers passed by these ruins, their worn walls softened by moss and ivy, whispering stories to those who would listen. Beyond their physical footprint, the ideals of the Templars, their vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, echoed in other monastic and military orders that rose after them. Groups like the Hospitallers and Teutonic Knights carried forward many of the practices and missions the Templars had begun. The careful administration and financial innovations pioneered by the order, early forms of banking, safekeeping of valuables, and credit, laid foundations that influenced the development of European commerce. The Templars' legacy also found expression in art and literature, their distinctive symbols inspiring countless works over the centuries. The red cross emblazoned on white mantles became an emblem not only of courage, but of mystery and devotion. Manuscripts and frescoes depicted their deeds with a reverent hand, soft colors and careful lines capturing the solemnity of their purpose. In quiet monasteries, the memory of the Templars was kept alive through stories told in hushed tones. These tales blended fact and legend, weaving a tapestry rich with imagination and meaning. Poets and chroniclers reflected on the order's rise and fall, sometimes emphasizing their holiness, sometimes their secrecy. The Templar Knights' reputation as protectors of pilgrims and guardians of holy sites also influenced the cultural landscape of pilgrimage itself. Routes once guarded by the order remained paths of devotion, echoing the footsteps of countless faithful who journeyed towards spiritual destinations. Their enduring presence in the collective memory became a bridge, linking the medieval world to modern times through the subtle transmission of ideals and imagery. The influence of the Knights Templar extended beyond Europe's borders, touching the emerging cultures of the Renaissance and later periods. Architectural styles inspired by their commanderies influenced the design of fortresses and religious buildings. Their sturdy walls and pointed arches echoed in structures built centuries later. Some historians trace the echoes of Templar organization and discipline in the development of later military orders and even early modern secret societies. While much of this is wrapped in layers of speculation and myth, the kernel of truth remains. The order's principles of brotherhood, loyalty, and service left a mark that transcended time. Even today, the Templars capture the imagination, their story retold in books, films, and art, each generation discovering new facets of their legacy. Yet beneath the allure of legend, there lies a quieter story of men and women living lives marked by faith, duty, and the slow, steady unfolding of history. It is a legacy not of grandeur or spectacle, but of enduring presence, like the soft echo of a bell carried across the ages. As we look back across the centuries, the Knights Templar stand as a reminder that even the most powerful and mysterious forces in history are made up of ordinary people, bound together by shared purpose and quiet devotion. Their castles crumble, their names fade from official records, but their spirit endures in the stones of ancient ruins, in the traditions passed down through generations, and in the gentle whisper of history itself. The Templar's story invites us to pause and reflect, to listen to the subtle currents beneath the grand narratives, and to honor the slow, steady work of faith and service that shapes the world. And so, as the sun sets on their tail, we carry forward the memory of the Knights Templar, not as distant legends, but as enduring echoes of humanity's search for meaning, courage, and grace. The Knights Templar, cloaked in the quiet discipline of their daily lives, have long been the subject of whispers and wonder. Centuries after their dissolution, their story has been woven into a tapestry of mysteries and myths, some rooted in fact, others blossoming from imagination. These legends often speak of secret knowledge, hidden treasures, and cryptic rituals, stories that stir curiosity and invite us to peer beneath the surface of history's calm waters. One of the most enduring mysteries is the question of what truly happened to the Order's vast wealth. Templar commanderies were known for their riches, lands, precious metals, and artifacts gathered from across Europe and the Holy Land. When the Order was suppressed, much of this wealth vanished from sight, sparking centuries of speculation and intrigue. Were the treasures hidden away in secret vaults? Did the knights pass them on to trusted allies? Or were they lost to time, swallowed by the quiet decay of forgotten places? The allure of hidden treasure is just one thread in a broader tapestry of stories. Many legends speak of secret rituals, ceremonies whispered about in shadows, supposed oaths sworn in hushed chambers, and mysterious symbols etched into stone and parchment. Some tales suggest the Templars guarded sacred relics, perhaps the Holy Grail or fragments of the True Cross, objects of profound spiritual significance, hidden away to protect their power from falling into unworthy hands. While these stories capture the imagination, the historical record remains cautious and often silent on such claims. The truth may lie somewhere between fact and fiction, wrapped in layers of secrecy that time has only deepened. Even the Order's sudden downfall is surrounded by enigma. Accusations of heresy and corruption were likely influenced by political motives, but the precise details remain obscured, lost in the fog of trial transcripts, whispered confessions, and vanished documents. This very mystery has fueled centuries of fascination, inviting authors, artists, and historians alike to explore the shadowy corners of the Templar story, beyond the tales of treasure and secret rites. The Templars have inspired myths that stretch into modern times. They have been cast as guardians of hidden wisdom, keepers of lost knowledge, and even as the architects of secret societies. These stories, though often steeped in imagination, reflect a deeper human desire to find meaning in mystery, to uncover the hidden threads that connect past and present. The enduring fascination with the Templars reminds us how history can become myth, and myth, in turn, can reveal truths of another kind. The blend of fact and legend invites quiet reflection on the nature of memory, belief, and the stories we tell ourselves. While the real lives of the Knights Templar were shaped by faith, duty, and service, their legacy also lives in these whispered mysteries, soft echoes that continue to capture the imagination and invite us to explore the delicate balance between what is known and what remains hidden. In the quiet stillness of history's unfolding, the Knights Templar remain a profound enigma, both firmly rooted in the world of medieval faith and power, and forever drifting in the currents of legend. Their story invites us to embrace uncertainty, to find comfort in the spaces between fact and fiction, and to appreciate the beauty of mystery itself. As the centuries pass, the Templars continue to inspire, not just through their deeds, but through the silent questions they leave behind. Questions that encourage us to look beyond the surface, to listen closely to history's softest whispers, and to discover the stories that wait quietly in the shadows. And so, the tale of the Knights Templar remains open, an unfinished chapter, inviting each new generation to explore, to imagine, and to wonder. The story of the Knights Templar has long transcended the boundaries of history books and dusty archives. Their image has been shaped and reshaped by centuries of storytelling. From medieval chronicles to modern novels and films, in popular culture, the Templars have become symbols, sometimes of mystery and conspiracy, sometimes of honor and bravery, and often a blend of both. Their white mantles and red crosses have become instantly recognizable icons, emblazoned on screens, posters, and pages around the world. The Order's dramatic rise and fall, their secretive nature, and the lingering questions about their fate make them irresistible to storytellers. In the quiet glow of a flickering screen, or the soft rustle of turning pages, the Templars live anew, their legacy breathing fresh life through the art of imagination. Over the centuries, the Templars have appeared in countless stories. From the romantic epics of medieval literature to the thrilling adventures of modern novels and films, their tale has been adapted, reimagined, and sometimes transformed entirely, reflecting the hopes, fears, and curiosities of each era. In some stories, the Templars are portrayed as noble guardians, protecting sacred relics and ancient secrets with unwavering dedication. In others, they are shadowy figures, involved in conspiracies and hidden agendas. These dual portrayals speak to the complex nature of their history, a blend of truth and legend that continues to captivate. The fascination with the Templars also reflects a broader human attraction to mystery and the unknown. Their story, wrapped in secrecy and sudden downfall, offers fertile ground for imagination and speculation. And through this ongoing cultural presence, the Templars continue to inspire awe and wonder. The influence of the Knights Templar extends beyond books and films, touching video games, art, and even popular music. Their symbols and stories have become motifs in creative works across the globe, invoking a sense of mystery and adventure. This cultural presence keeps the memory of the Templars alive, not just as historical figures, but as enduring icons in the collective imagination. Yet, amidst the spectacle and drama, it is important to remember the human story beneath the legend, the quiet lives of men and women devoted to faith and service, living with discipline and purpose in a turbulent world. Popular culture invites us to explore and reimagine, but also to pause and reflect, to appreciate the real history behind the myths and the enduring legacy that continues to shape our world. As the stories of the Knights Templar continue to captivate audiences, they serve as a bridge between past and present, a reminder that history is not just a record of events, but a living narrative shaped by those who remember and retell. In the quiet moments when the world slows and the lights dim low, we can listen to the echoes of the Templars' footsteps, softly fading across centuries. Their story invites us to dream, to wonder, and to seek understanding in the delicate balance between fact and fiction. And so, the legacy of the Knights Templar endures, not only in stone and parchment, but in the hearts and minds of those who continue to be drawn to their tale. The Knights Templar left behind more than stories and legends. Their presence is etched into the very stones of castles, churches, and fortresses scattered across Europe and the Holy Land. These structures stand as silent witnesses to a time when faith was built not only in hearts, but in stone. Templar architecture reflects their dual mission, to protect and to serve, balancing strength with sacred purpose. Castles were not merely military strongholds, but carefully designed spaces where community, worship, and defense intertwined. The thick walls, narrow windows, and sturdy towers spoke of vigilance and protection, while chapels within these fortresses offered quiet spaces for prayer and reflection. Each element carried meaning, crafted with intention and care, reflecting the values and needs of the order. The castles and fortresses built or occupied by the Templars often stood at key strategic points, along trade routes, on hills overlooking valleys, or near pilgrimage paths. Their placement was deliberate, a watchful presence guarding both land and travelers. One striking feature of Templar architecture is the simplicity and solidity of design. Unlike the highly decorative Gothic cathedrals rising in the same era, Templar buildings emphasized function and durability. Walls were thick, constructed from local stone, and interiors were often sparse, fostering a sense of austerity fitting for warrior monks. Inside these strongholds, the chapels held special significance. Some were small and intimate, designed for daily prayers and reflection, while others, like the famous Chapel of the Temple in Paris, showcased architectural innovations such as rounded arches and domed ceilings. These spaces were sanctuaries, places where knights could seek solace and spiritual renewal amid their demanding lives. Beyond military needs, many Templar sites also included agricultural buildings, living quarters, and storage rooms, forming self-sufficient communities. Many of the architectural features associated with the Templars have become emblematic of their legacy. The distinctive round church, for example, inspired by the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, appears at several Templar sites across Europe. These circular chapels evoke a sense of sacred geometry, symbolizing eternity, unity, and the divine. Inside, the light filtered gently through narrow windows, casting soft patterns on stone floors worn smooth by the footsteps of countless knights and pilgrims. The simple, yet profound, beauty of these spaces invited quiet contemplation, a refuge from the harshness of the outside world. Defensive elements also carried symbolic meaning. Arrow slits and battlements spoke not only of protection, but of vigilance and readiness, echoing the order's watchful spiritual mission. The very stones seemed to whisper of a steadfast commitment to guard what was precious, both physically and spiritually. Over time, many of these structures passed into other hands, but the imprint of Templar design remains visible, a quiet testament to their enduring presence in the medieval landscape. As centuries passed, the castles, churches, and fortresses of the Knights Templar slowly shifted from bustling centers of activity to quiet ruins cloaked in ivy and moss. Yet even in their decay, they hold a certain serene beauty. Stones worn smooth by time, arches framing skies painted in muted tones, and shadows that stretch long into the calm of evening. These structures are more than relics. They are echoes of a way of life, a faith built not just in words but in stone and mortar, a lasting imprint of devotion, discipline, and care for those who pause to listen. The silent stones tell stories of prayers whispered at dawn, of footsteps pacing cloisters under soft moonlight, and of a brotherhood that sought to balance strength with humility. And so, through their enduring architecture, the Knights Templar continue to speak across time, inviting us into a quiet moment of reflection and into the gentle unfolding of history's tender embrace. Symbols have a quiet power. They speak without words, conveying deep meaning through simple forms. The Knights Templar, a brotherhood bound by faith and discipline, wove rich symbolism into their very identity. Perhaps the most recognizable is the red cross upon a white mantle. This simple emblem carried profound significance, a sign of sacrifice, purity, and dedication. The white background symbolized the knight's commitment to purity and chastity, while the red cross evoked the blood of Christ and the willingness to lay down one's life in service. Beyond this emblem, the Templars used a variety of symbols, each whispering stories of their beliefs, their mission, and their community. The Templars often incorporated the image of the double-barred cross, also known as the patriarchal cross, into their seals and architecture. This symbol carried echoes of ecclesiastical authority, reflecting the order's close ties to the church. Its two horizontal bars gently remind us of balance between earthly duty and spiritual devotion. Another quietly significant symbol was the two knights on one horse, a striking image of humility and brotherhood. This emblem illustrated the order's founding principle: shared sacrifice and unity, where strength was found not in individual glory, but in collective commitment. The Templars also used the eight-pointed cross, which represented regeneration and new beginnings. This symbol linked the knights to the broader Christian tradition and to the promise of renewal through faith. Each symbol was carefully chosen, a visual language that communicated identity, values, and purpose, a silent but powerful expression of what it meant to be a Knight Templar. Beyond crosses, the Templars used a variety of other symbols in their seals, documents, and architecture. The lamb, often depicted with a banner, symbolized Christ as the Lamb of God, a gentle reminder of sacrifice and redemption. This image called the knights to emulate humility and devotion. The rose also appeared in Templar symbolism, representing secrecy and purity. Its delicate petals whispered of hidden truths and of the delicate balance between worldly action and spiritual contemplation. In some instances, geometric shapes such as the circle and the triangle were employed, each carrying layers of meaning. the circle symbolizing eternity and unity, and the triangle reflecting the Holy Trinity. These symbols, woven together, formed a tapestry of meaning, guiding the knights not only in their external duties, but in their inner spiritual journey. The visual language of the Templars remains a subtle reminder that symbols can carry weight beyond words, and that even in silence, meaning can flourish. As we reflect on the symbols of the Knights Templar, we come to see them as more than mere images. They are vessels of faith, identity, and purpose. Each cross, each emblem, whispered stories of sacrifice, brotherhood, and devotion. They served as silent companions to the night sea, reminders of the vows they upheld, and the path they walked, between the earthly and the divine. In the quiet stillness of history, these symbols continue to speak, inviting us to pause, to listen, and to find meaning in the delicate interplay of form and faith. And so, the visual language of the Knights Templar endures, a gentle echo of a brotherhood bound by more than just arms, but by shared spirit and silent understanding. Within the sturdy walls of a Templar commandery, life unfolded with a quiet rhythm, marked by discipline, faith, and community. These commanderies were more than military outposts. They were homes, places of worship, centers of work and rest. Each day began early, with the soft light of dawn filtering through narrow windows, casting gentle patterns on stone floors. Knights, lay brothers, and servants rose together, their movements measured and purposeful. Morning prayers echoed softly through the chapel, a moment of stillness before the day's labors began. The routine was structured, yet filled with moments of contemplation and care, a delicate balance between duty and devotion. Within these walls, each member played a vital role, from the knights who trained and guarded, to the lay brothers who tended the fields and maintained the buildings, to the cooks and caretakers who nurtured the community. Together, they created a living tapestry, a brotherhood woven with threads of faith, work, and quiet companionship. After morning prayers, the knights would begin their training and duties, practicing skills essential for their role as warrior monks. The clang of sword against shield would echo softly in the training yard as they honed their discipline and readiness. Meanwhile, lay brothers took to the fields and workshops, tending crops, repairing tools, and managing the practical needs of the commandery. The air was filled with the steady rhythm of work, hoes breaking soil, hammers striking stone, the gentle murmur of conversation carried on the breeze. Inside the commandery, meals were prepared with simple care, hearty bread, stews of local vegetables and grains, nourishing the body for the tasks ahead. Gathered in the refectory, the brothers ate together quietly, mindful of the sacredness of sustenance. The day also held time for study and prayer, hours spent reading sacred texts, copying manuscripts, or sitting in silent reflection within the chapel's cool stone walls. Each moment was infused with purpose, a quiet harmony between the spiritual and the temporal. As evening approached, the community would gather once more in the chapel, voices raised in gentle song or soft prayer, closing the day with gratitude and peace. Within the sturdy walls of the commandery, life was lived deliberately, each breath, each movement a part of a greater whole, a testament to faith embodied in everyday acts. The story of the Knights Templar is closely intertwined with the history of the Crusades, a series of journeys and battles that stretched across the medieval world. These holy wars, called by the Church, aimed to reclaim and protect sacred lands in the Near East. For the Templars, the Crusades were not just military campaigns, they were a profound expression of faith and duty. When the First Crusade was called in 1095, it sparked a wave of devotion and resolve across Europe. The Templars emerged soon after, formed with a purpose that combined the roles of soldier and monk. Their mission was clear: to protect pilgrims traveling to Jerusalem and to defend the newly established Christian states. The Templar Knights were unlike typical warriors. Clad in simple white mantles marked by the Red Cross, they carried both sword and prayer book. Their discipline was strict, their vows solemn. Life on the battlefield was harsh and unyielding, yet it was underscored by a deep spiritual commitment. In the towns and castles of the Crusader states, the Templars built fortifications, strongholds that rose from the rocky hills, standing as silent guardians over the land. These castles were more than military structures. They were sanctuaries and centers of administration, places where strategy was planned and faith nurtured. Throughout decades of conflict, the Templars proved themselves as fierce fighters and skilled tacticians. They moved swiftly across deserts and mountains, their banners a constant presence in the shifting tides of war. But their role extended beyond combat. They managed logistics, cared for the sick, and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. The Crusades were long and complex, filled with moments of triumph and loss. For the Templars, each battle was also a test of faith, a chance to serve a higher purpose. Their story in these campaigns is not just one of swords and shields, but of quiet endurance and steadfast hope. As the Crusades waned and the political landscape shifted, the Templars' presence in the Holy Land diminished. Yet their legacy from this era remained, a testament to the blend of devotion and courage that defined their order. The Crusades spanned over 2 centuries, marked by cycles of hope, struggle, and change. Throughout this time, the Knights Templar remained a steadfast presence. They were often among the first to arrive at the battlefield and the last to leave, their white mantles a symbol of unwavering commitment. Their role was multifaceted. Beyond fighting, they served as protectors of the roads and pilgrims. The journey to the Holy Land was perilous, and many travelers depended on the Templars' vigilance for safe passage. Commanderies along the routes acted as resting places, places where weary pilgrims could find food, shelter, and reassurance. Within the chaos of war, the Templars sought moments of quiet strength. Before battles, they gathered in prayer, seeking guidance and courage. The Order's rule provided a steady framework, a rhythm of discipline and devotion that grounded them even in the fiercest conflicts. Some of their most notable engagements include the Siege of Acre and the Battle of Montgassard. At Acre, the Templars endured a prolonged siege, their resolve tested by hunger and relentless assault. Yet, through endurance and strategy, they played a crucial role in the city's eventual defense. At Montgassard, a smaller force of Crusaders, including the Templars, achieved a surprising victory against a much larger army. It was a moment celebrated not just for military success, but for the faith and determination that carried them through. The Templars also engaged in diplomacy and alliance building, understanding that the Crusades were as much about politics as battle. They navigated the complex relationships between European monarchs, local rulers, and other military orders. Yet, the Crusades took a toll. The landscape of the Holy Land shifted, and by the late 13th century, most Christian holdings had fallen. The Templars' mission in the East was drawing to a close, but their stories of bravery, sacrifice, and faith remained. Their experience in the Crusades shaped the Order's character. A brotherhood forged in the fires of devotion, dedicated to service in a world that was often harsh and uncertain. Every story, no matter how strong, carries within it the seed of an ending. For the Knights Templar, that ending came in the early years of the 14th century, a time when shifting power and suspicion cast long shadows over the Order's once steadfast presence. The fall of the Templars was not sudden, but a gradual unfolding, a delicate unraveling of fortunes, alliances, and trust. Despite their reputation for discipline and piety, the Order found itself caught in the complex web of medieval politics, where kings and popes navigated their own ambitions and fears. King Philip IV of France, known as Philip the Fair, played a crucial role in the Templars' downfall. Deeply indebted to the Order, he saw in their wealth and influence an opportunity. In 1307, under the cloak of night, many Templars were arrested on charges of heresy, blasphemy, and other grave accusations. These charges, later shown to be largely unfounded, marked the beginning of a dark chapter. The arrest sent ripples through Europe. Pope Clement V, torn between loyalty to the church and the pressures of the French crown, issued orders to investigate the order. Trials followed, marked by secretive proceedings, coerced confessions, and widespread fear. Throughout this period, the Templars maintained their silence and dignity. Yet the weight of accusation and political maneuvering proved overwhelming. By 1312, the order was officially disbanded by papal decree. Their properties were seized, their members scattered or imprisoned, and their name cast into shadow. But even in their fall, the spirit of the Knights Templar endured. In whispered legends, in the stones of their abandoned commanderies, and in the quiet legacy they left behind. The trials of the Knights Templar unfolded slowly, shrouded in secrecy and tension. Accusations ranged from heresy to idolatry, claims that the Knights worshipped strange idols, and engaged in forbidden rituals. Many of these charges arose from forced confessions, extracted under the shadow of torture. Despite the fear and uncertainty, some Templars stood firm in their faith and loyalty to the order. Others, overwhelmed by pressure, gave in to the demands of their inquisitors. The trials revealed a complex picture of courage, despair, and human frailty. King Philip's motivations were not solely religious or moral. He sought to erase his debts and consolidate power, and the wealth of the Templars offered a tempting prize. His influence over Pope Clement V added a political weight that was difficult to resist. Across Europe, reactions to the fall of the Templars varied. In some regions, the order was viewed with sympathy and sorrow, while in others, their downfall was met with relief or indifference. Yet everywhere, the sudden disappearance of the Knights left a void. The suppression of the Templars reshaped the medieval landscape, their lands and treasures absorbed by rival orders or the crown, their roles in banking and military affairs gradually assumed by others. Still, the memory of the order lingered, its story a mixture of truth and myth, a haunting reminder of power's fragility and the shifting tides of history. Even after the formal dissolution of the order, the story of the Knights Templar did not fade into obscurity. Instead, it transformed, taking on new shapes in the whispers of history and the imaginations of people across the centuries. Some former Templars quietly joined other religious or military orders, carrying with them the discipline and spirit forged in the crucible of the Templar Brotherhood. Others returned to secular life, their lives marked by the weight of memory and loss. The castles and commanderies once bustling with activity fell silent, their walls absorbing the passage of time and the quiet rustle of changing seasons. Yet these stones, weathered and worn, still speak softly of a brotherhood that once stood at the crossroads of faith and power. Over the years, the dramatic fall of the Templars has inspired countless tales. Stories of secret escapes, hidden treasures, and mysterious survival. While many of these are the product of imagination, they echo a deeper human yearning to find meaning in endings and hope in the face of loss. The Knights Templar's fall is a story both of downfall and endurance, a reminder that even as chapters close, their echoes ripple through time, touching hearts and minds in quiet, enduring ways. In the stillness that followed their dissolution, the Knights Templar became more than just a medieval order. They became a symbol of devotion, mystery, and the delicate balance between power and vulnerability. Their story, marked by courage and tragedy, invites us to reflect on the complexities of faith, loyalty, and human ambition. As the years pass, the echoes of their footsteps continue to resonate through history, through stone halls and quiet ruins, and through the countless stories told in whispers and dreams. The fall of the Knights Templar, though shrouded in shadows, remains a testament to the enduring spirit of a brotherhood that sought to live by higher ideals. The story of the Knights Templar did not end with their fall in the early 14th century. Instead, their legacy has continued to unfold over the centuries, shaping history, culture, and imagination in ways both subtle and profound. Today, the Templars live on not just in dusty books and ancient ruins, but in the stories we tell, the symbols we recognize, and the ideals that continue to inspire. Their image has been embraced by various groups, from historical societies preserving medieval heritage, to popular culture weaving tales of mystery and adventure. The red cross on white, the knightly mantle. These symbols carry echoes of bravery, faith, and a quest for meaning. They invite us to explore questions of loyalty, sacrifice, and the search for purpose beyond the everyday. In modern times, the Templars also inspire reflection on the nature of history itself, how stories evolve, how legends form, and how the past continues to shape our present. The Knights Templar have found new life in the world of literature, film, and art. From novels that weave historical intrigue to movies that explore secret societies, their story captivates audiences around the globe. These modern interpretations reflect not only fascination with their mysterious past, but also a deeper yearning for connection to ideals of honor and purpose. In addition to their cultural presence, the Templars' legacy is visible in architecture, art, and scholarship. Historic sites once belonging to the order attract visitors seeking to touch the past. Archaeologists and historians continue to uncover new details, shedding light on the daily lives and complex organization of the Knights. The Templars also serve as a symbol in spiritual and fraternal organizations, which draw inspiration from their principles of brotherhood, discipline, and faith. These groups, while not direct descendants, carry forward a spirit of commitment and service. Through these varied expressions, the enduring appeal of the Knights Templar also speaks to a human desire for stories that transcend time. Stories of courage, mystery, and faith that resonate deeply across generations. Their journey, from humble beginnings to powerful order and eventual fall, reflects the complexities of human ambition and devotion. Modern scholars approach the Templars with fresh eyes, seeking to separate fact from fiction with careful research and thoughtful reflection. This balance between myth and history enriches our understanding, inviting us to appreciate both the realities of medieval life and the imaginative spaces created by legend. In quiet moments, when history feels close and tangible, we might imagine the Templars as they truly were. Knights and brothers bound by vows, living lives shaped by faith, discipline, and the challenges of their time. Through this lens, their story continues to inspire, offering gentle reminders of endurance, loyalty, and the search for meaning amid uncertainty. As we reflect on the legacy of the Knights Templar in our modern world, we see that their influence extends beyond history books and legends. It reaches into the values and stories that shape our culture and identity. Theirs is a legacy of courage and faith, of brotherhood and sacrifice, and of the enduring human spirit seeking purpose and connection. In quiet moments of reflection, we can hear the soft echoes of their footsteps across the centuries, a reminder that even the most distant past can still speak to our hearts today. And so, the story of the Knights Templar continues, alive not just in stone and parchment, but in the shared human journey through time. Thank you for joining me on this quiet journey through the story of the Knights Templar. Their tale is one woven with faith, courage, and mystery, a brotherhood that walked softly through the pages of history, leaving behind echoes that still linger in stone and story. As we close this chapter, may the gentle rhythm of their lives offer you a moment of calm and reflection. May their enduring spirit remind us all of the quiet strength found in devotion and the lasting power of memory and hope. Rest now with the knowledge that history's whispers are always with us, softly guiding, gently comforting, like a candle's glow in the stillness of night. Good night, and until we meet again in another story.